even chunk too many shots. Are we recording? Swingers, how the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man cub and stroll right into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Well, I want to be fun. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true. And if like me, can learn to be human too. Now don't try to fool me, man, 'cause I made a deal with you. What I require is man's red fire to make me feel like you. So give me the secret, man, cub. Ow, clue me what you do. Give me the power of man's red flower to make my dreams come true. Well, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true. And if like me, can learn to be human too. I will be a couple of twins. No one will tell where man cub ends and orangutan begins. And when I eat those bananas, I won't do it with my feet, because I'll be a man cub now and I'll learn some etiquette. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true. And if like me, can learn to be human too. One more time, I said now, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true. And if like me, can learn to be human too.
Evening, everybody. Yeah, Cage, that might have something to do with the 14.5-hour stream yesterday. May have been self-inflicted. Would you believe? Once I'd actually had food, etc., I probably only got about 5 hours. I slept really, really badly. Turns out, I kind of need to be asleep before it starts getting really warm. Because if I'm not, I just don't sleep. Yeah, I'm used to waking up at like 3, 4 p.m. and going, oof, okay, this is not nice in here. Time to get up and get out of here. Apparently, that 3, 4 p.m. is not as bad as like 6, 7 p.m. Once it's properly had chance to heat soak. I can't have my window open because it's sunny out there. And if the window's open, then the curtains don't stay still. And the position of my bedroom means that for, I don't know, about 12 hours of the day, the sun comes straight in. So no, window open was never an option. It's open now. Yeah, south facing. Hey, Sif. Yeah, the house I'm in is exactly oriented north, south, east, west. Each face of the house is pointing cardinal direction. And my office is on the north side of the house, but it's on the like northwest corner, so it catches the end of the day sun. But my bedroom is on the south side of the house, so it catches it from about 8:30, 9 in the morning, all the way through until 7, 8 p.m.
Another boy joins the crew.
I guess Drunken Can, that was the advantage of building a house in like the early 1800s, is you could kind of put it where you wanted because there wasn't lots of stuff in the way yet. Thank you, kitty. And I sort of wish that when I had been planning or setting up where things were going to be in this house, I'd been paying attention to where the sun went during it. Because having my bedroom on the south side, when I have a north-facing room that could have been the bedroom, would have been much more appropriate. I used to keep bonsai. But for some last winter for my bonsai was brutal. They all died. That's part of my sorting out at the moment, Bucket Man, is to do things like move around where things are in the house. Yep, my nice bonsai all passed away. Yeah, that's why there's been no bonsai update. They died during the winter. I don't know why. But none of them survived through the winter period. Which was a bit of a shame. I quite liked those bonsai. They were growing really well until the winter came round, and then suddenly, bleh, they had it. But all but one of them was growing really well. One of them caught some weird fungus and had to be separated from the rest. Gonna give it another go, maybe at some point. I gotta be honest with you, the bonsai were cool, but they're quite hard work for some tiny little plants. I think I'm inclined to, rather than give the bonsai another go, do what I actually wanted to do, but I keep not doing, which is keep fish again. Really what I want is an aquarium, but I was like, you can't have an aquarium, so here's some bonsai tree. Look after those instead. It's not quite the same. Not quite the same deal. I don't want a fern. I'll get some underwater plants. They're really easy because they grow at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. What would I have in there if I had an aquarium? I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about the fish, but I've kept tropical fish a number of times. Tropical and marine tropical fish in the past. So it would be a planted tropical aquarium of some sort. Quite like rasbosas. Quite like chichlids in general. Big fan of plecos, L-number plecos. They're cool. And I like shrimp. Crystal red shrimp, bamboo shrimp. Actually, ironically, because we are running on old NAS at the moment, I think there might even be pictures of some of my tanks from back in the day. Chichlids are lovely. Very cool fish. I think I've got... Where's the chichlid from my last tank? I should have a picture of our German ram. Yeah, there he is. Look at him. Or them. They're so pretty. That blue is just like UV bright. And I like me chichlids. I like me some of these fellas. These are L-numbered plecos. Called L-numbered because there are so many species of these little gits. They come from mangrove swamps and the like. There are so many species of them that they are discovering multiple new species of them like every day. So they've given up giving them names. They just have an L number. So like this fella here is I think an L127. Which is literally just... It's a pleco with dark blue skin and yellow spots. Meanwhile, this fella here is a magnum pleco, which I can't remember. It's like L314, I think, something like that. And there are just hundreds of varieties of them, and they are funky, interesting fish to keep. They've got a proper personality on them. Them and between these guys and these fun fellas, they are the dogs equivalent of your fish tank, tropical fish tank. You got a picture that isn't blurry, Wasted? Or are they just all blurry? Apparently they're all blurry. Tank weight went through a few iterations, but I like me a nice planted tank. Those are not neons, actually, Jack. Neon Tetras are black with a stripe. These are red with a stripe. They're still Cardinals, but yeah, sorry, these are Cardinal Tetras instead of Neon Tetras, and I kind of prefer them. Pygmy Cories are cool. Yeah, that Xanthime. Now you get some. There are some exceptions. So, you in that image? Our Magnum Pleco, for example. This boy, maximum size, 5 inches. Will not grow any bigger than that. So they were quite good for smaller tanks. Magnum could go up to about 7 inches. But yeah, Danios are cool, but I wonder, do I have a picture of the Danio tank? I had Danios to begin with. We did both Danios and Guppies. I had some very pretty Guppies even. Aha, there they are. Tank Iteration 1, the Danios. I ended up with a mix of male and female Danios in the tank. It did not go well. I also ended up with a mix of male and female Guppies in the tank at one point as well, and that went even worse. And I absolutely, definitely didn't take them all down to the shitty local fish shop and give them the fish without mentioning that there was both males and females in the bag. Didn't sell them back, I gave them. Hey, can't keep these fish anymore, can you take them? Be very quiet. Oh, and my favourite little dude, where is he? Yeah. A breed of puffer, yeah. Specifically, this was, you'll notice that the watercolour in the tank is very brown. This is a brackish tank. It's a figure 8, yeah. Which are figure 8 puffers are brackish fish, so they are in, they live in low water near the sea, where you get a mix of salt and fresh water in the same liquid. So it's kind of salty-ish water. And they're used to lots of tannin in the water because, of course, any mangrove-style stuff that's falling in is starting to decay and release all its tannin, so the water's quite brown. But apparently there's no pictures of the marine tank in this folder, which is a shame. No, because it's not estuaries, because the sort of environment they're from is it's very mangrove swampy. It's not mangrove swamp. It's sort of, in fact, sorry, I take that back. It's very rice paddy style terrain. So it's not a river. It's just bordering on salt sources. Yeah, it's Southeast Asia. Yeah, I miss having a tank as well. Yes, this was the point where the last warped, broken survivor of the Danios is the only one left in the tank. I have a tank ready. I've got a 300 litre downstairs. No, we're nowhere near. We're nowhere near that point. We're nowhere near the point where we're doing any sort of cycling or anything like that. Yeah, exactly, Doth. And that was the one remaining female. I ended up with an outbreak of... I can't remember the disease. But I ended up with a proper tank killer. Can't exactly remember what it was called, but it was one of those ones that once you get it, that's it. And that was when I stopped keeping fish. Partly because I was annoyed with myself, because I had a very nice established, like 3.5-year-old tank, and I decided to put another fish in it. And that fish was carrier. So yes, some point in the medium future, return of a fish tank, we will definitely do it on stream. Yes, so where are we at? Yeah, go for it, Xanthime. I'd love to see. Apparently I suck and never took good pictures of my fish tank. Slightly annoyed about that, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have too many windows open. Okay, tribal terminal. We got, unfortunately, a bit unlucky with our first relic roll. That is not good. For a Persona Monosword, that could be up in the 50s. Yeah, Xanthime. Hey, PM. Yeah, not fishies I have at the moment. I used to keep fish. We were talking very briefly about potentially doing it again instead of trying to keep bonsai, because bonsai are they're just not quite as interesting as a fish tank. I just need to find a good place to put it, because I am 3 stories up, and I'm very nervous about 300 litres of water in a container on a 3rd floor.
We got ourselves enough boys to
Thank
get
you,
back
Zantline.
in the fight.
Okay, uncapping. The 2-stream setup is basically you need 2 things to make it work outside of having the second computer. You need the capture card, and you need some way of getting audio from PC 1 to PC 2. That can be as simple as a little 3.5mm splitter that takes your headphone output and splits it into 2 and sends 1 cable off to the second rig and 1 cable to your headphones. Or it can be much more complicated than that, like mine, where I have a Go XLR on the stream rig and the main rig, and the Go XLRs have the cables going between them. And so the audio goes from one Go XLR to the other Go XLR, and I can choose what's sent down that interface. But from an absolutely basic perspective, you've got your capture card and some form of audio. And that can be as simple as a splitter and a 3.5mm cable that goes from that splitter into that microphone slot of your stream rig. Now, Clockwork, it can, but think about it for a second. You've got to go in and select an output in Windows. What output are you selecting? You selecting the HDMI for the capture card? Because the capture card will be HDMI, so it can send audio. But if you're selecting that, then what are you listening to? So I've seen people use the HDMI method by plugging an HDMI card from their capture card through their monitor, which has an input and an output, and then back out again. Some capture cards also work from the perspective where what you'd do is you would actually have your the monitor you were interfacing with, the monitor you were playing on, would be plugged into the output of the capture card. So some capture cards have an in and an out, and the idea is you daisy chain through them. So you'd go HDMI from your gaming rig into the capture card, and then another HDMI out of the gaming rig into your monitor, and you would plug your headphones into your monitor. And you listen to the end of the chain. The other option being you're at the start of the chain and you split it. And yes, you can do this via software. Don't. To put it very simply, don't. So for me, you got your 2 PCs and then 2 Go XLRs, and you have this PC and of course your monitor. This one connects ECZ. So obviously this goes out to the monitor and out across to PC2, duplicating the monitor feed. So my display settings on here are like this. This is the screen you guys are seeing and I am seeing. It is 2 displays duplicated. One of these displays is an actual monitor. The other display is the capture card. So it sends the same signal to both. You run both of those, and then your audio, let's do audio in blue. My audio comes out to here, My headphones attach down off of this thing. My microphone attaches off of this thing. My tennis racket attaches off of this thing. And then this has an audio link to that goes both directions. And then this connects to the stream rig. Yes, Liver, I have chosen to not include the 10-channel mixer, the headphone amp, the stereo preamp, rack-mounted stereo preamp, the rack-mounted stereo compressor, or my actual speaker setups. All the fun stuff is not necessary. The capture card goes in PC2. The capture card is in PC2. These just plug into your GPU. And actually, Yaverick, it is... These are PC1. This is PC2. So I have 3 monitors, but they're not all connected to the same rig. So yeah, the capture card, your PC is just outputting via its graphics card like normal. And all you're doing is this, where you're going, duplicate the desktop on your capture card and your main PC. So when I click this, see this says 2 and 3, and you're also seeing 2 and 3 on your screen, on the capture. My monitor is 2, the capture card is 3. But yes, you're honestly, the capture card side of things is very easy. The difficult part is audio. The difficult part is setting your audio up in such a way that you can get all the bits you need to the stream, but also to you, and you can control all their volume levels. I don't need to, though. That's what the Go XLRs do. You know the line out and line in ports on your Go XLR? That literally have routing controls in here? Line out. Line in. That's what those are for.
Another boy joins the crew.
So there is just a line out and a line in cable that goes between these two. The line out of this connects to the line in of that, and the line out of this connects to the line in of that. So the 2 Go XLRs can send any audio I choose from either rig between each other. And I still get a volume control over it because it's my line out, line in volume control. I'm going to go so far as to say the twin Go XLR setup is the superior setup. It is so flexible in comparison to other options. And it's all just, oh wow, I just go in and I want to change it. Oh, what do I want to change? I want to... You know, you notice here that the line in channel, if I want to really break things, all I've got to do is click here. And we have one feedback loop created because it's sending the line in and the line out back round in circles over and over and over again. But Go XLR lets me go, nah, we're not going to have that feedback loop. I'm going to break it up. I'm going to have it split here or there, or, you know. Which one's the broken one? Probably that one. And then if you go and get... Oh, Kobold, thank you very much. And then if you go and get the beta firmware off of the Go XLR... no, just the beta up here. Off of the Go XLR's Discord, you also have 2 stream mixes. On each Go XLR, so they have 3 outputs. stream mix. Sorry, 4 outputs technically. Ignore the chat mic and sampler; those are a bit different. And they just did that via firmware. It's quite clever. "39 days to go and get the Silent Neuroformer." Not too far away. There's one enemy. That certainly doesn't sound... I might not wait too long on that then. Singular enemy is not exactly a concern, is it? So, yeah. Otherwise, where are we at? Ah, water. We're coming up here for this water supply. Because at the moment, our nearest water supply doesn't really exist. At the moment, the water we're using is rainwater in these tubs. Which I didn't realise works, but apparently it does. No, they already came. This, we already have him. So this is a quest in progress. It only still exists because of the second part of it. So we've done the first bit. You know, if you accept, he shows up, he gets chased by these guys. Now we get to go to the camp he's talking about, the outpost, to get the Silent Neuroformers. This is the royalty alternate way of getting royalty stuff. So you can either go and do the royal lineage shenanigans, honor, and work your way up the hierarchy, or you can choose to fuck them all off and go and find the Neuroformers directly yourself. And as royalty is a royal pain in the arse, especially when combined with a bunch of other negatives, we are not running with it. Oh, our fridge is actually working. Nice. Now, I suspect next step here has got to be to think about what we're doing for bedrooms for folks to try and cheer them up and get production on the go. Because as it currently stands, we're not really making anything. What are we researching? Sterile materials. Okay. Sort of makes sense. I think we'll do sterile materials and fire foam. And microelectrics. And then microelectrics, sorry. Although, saying that, getting our xenogenetics on the go soon might not be a bad plan either. And we should also think about renaming some folks. My mouse wheel is being particularly fucked up today. Sometimes I zoom out and roll the wheel backwards and it zooms in. Yeah, sort of, Sheik. I've got to be honest with you, I don't find the Royals particularly scary. I'd rather them than mechanoids. Or impids. With the way mouse wheels are designed, as soon as we stopped using our mice, you know, where middle mouse button was not something that you really use. You know, I remember when middle mouse click was introduced. When we moved on from that to modern games, where it's like, no, everything's got something bound to middle mouse, and you actually know how the middle mouse click works internally, it's not a surprise they break. The design of how your middle mouse works and the click they put onto it is terrible. It literally just bends some plastic. And inevitably the encoder ends up. And not only that, but the shaft your mouse wheel sits on is also plastic. So inevitably the encoder ends up fucking. Because you're just bending the encoder, you're putting force on it over and over and over again. Ooh, what we were definitely doing was working on this guy's... Ah, damn it. He's in too good a mood. Okay, so the problem with this dude is he... Arco-manism. But when you say your hunter shot macro, I'm guessing you're talking about a macro for doing your full rotation rather than actually a single skill, because I can't see a reason why you would spam any hunter ability at any point in WoW's history. I should probably mention that I'm a ex-mythic raid leader, top 100 EU, who played a hunter for 17 years. I know hunters quite well. Yeah, I figured it must have been. I remember there was a period where you could do, and it was pretty common for, I mean, I'm trying to think which dungeon this would have been. One with the stupid iron plate stamps. Yeah, where everyone was using one button macros for their rotations. Thank you, Hamish. First time at a local kill team night, which is fun. How goes the colony? Bit gutted to watch all the... Yeah, well, I mean, it was. You say restarted. You say you do not miss the face roll macros. They're now built in, KDs. From the perspective of someone who was doing high-end raid content, I personally don't like it. But I understand why they'd do it, because the environment in WoW raiding around, you know, the Blizzard's difficulty curve went up and down constantly, but there were periods where WoW raiding was very, very difficult. It was really quite demanding. And the toxicity around people's ability to be able to do millisecond precision rotations on top of handling complex raid tactics was pretty nasty. You know, that is a toxic environment, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to, if you want to make the fights complex and difficult with lots of phases and different roles involved and complex mechanics you've got to keep sight of and different debuffs and blah, 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 then simplifying the rotation side of things, maybe not a bad thing. It wasn't the DPS meters that were the problem, Cadies. It was because DPS meters were honestly, yeah, they're there for swinging your dick around. The real thing that caused problems wasn't gear score either. It was the WoW log analysis sites. It was the huge algorithm-driven plug this log you've taken of the raid, and it will have literally the movements and activities of every single person in the raid in this log, plug it into this website, and it will give you graphs, charts, breakdowns, comparisons. You can see every little thing everybody has done, every mistake, every step, and you can also go down and judge every part of their rotation, how effective they are against other people. You know, that stuff turned it into pure math. But it was the standard, and it was necessary for periods. Like there were periods in time where I would argue that these sites were actually necessary. It's not even Warcraft logs. It gets worse than that, Vervrat. Once you get into RaidBot and you're starting to run your own simulations, it's like, okay, how many sims have you run this week to work out what gear you should be using? And what your optimal rotation with that gear is, and how you should be gemming, and how you should be enchanting, and you know, you better have done 30,000 passes in RaidBot, otherwise you're not using the right stuff. I've done 50,000 passes, and I can tell you you're geared wrong. You have 0.7 too much expertise, and that should be crit. The content was hard enough that it felt necessary, but I don't think backing away from this side of things is bad. Well, the answer to that favour is I'm a beast mastery hunter. Of course my pet counts. Half of my abilities just trigger pet attacks. What, you're telling me my kill command doesn't count for me because it's my pet that does it? Fuck you. Yeah, but Katie's, we're talking about situations where that, you know, something like that would not just be well known, it would be built into the bot's handling of things. Like we're talking beyond that. What I'm talking about is, yeah, but I've run through the logs, and what I've found is actually you're waiting 2.3 seconds instead of 2 seconds. And across the raid, what this has resulted in is a lost DPS effective time of almost 15 minutes. Well, no, because you're not watching a script play the game, Avery, because people could do this without scripts. hot take, what I've just described is Formula One and pretty much all motor racing. Formula One, rally, perhaps not NASCAR. You run into each other a bit too much in NASCAR. But yeah. It is not how good you are as a driver. It is how good you are at replicating the perfect way of driving this. Yeah, raiding was a full-time job. We slowly raided less and less over the years because people were less and less willing to spend that much time. But when I started raiding, we would raid 4 times a week. We would do 4 hours on Wednesday, 4 hours on Thursday, 8 hours on Sunday, and 4 hours on Monday. And that is not including preparation for any of that stuff. And in the long run, we reduced it to how much time we asked people to raid for, because the preparation for raids and what was required to be at a high gear level and a high level of preparation started taking huge amounts of time as well. And it was like, okay, so I'm raiding for a minimum of 20 hours this week, but I also need a minimum of 20 hours worth of not farming flasks and food and all that crap. It got way beyond that. It got into, okay, but, don't forget that during this week you also have to have done your time walking, and you also must have done, at the very least, enough mythic pluses to get up to this level so that when you get the loot at the far end, at the start of next week, you have a chance for that loot to be of high tier. And if you don't do that, then you're going to fall behind. And, you've got to do PvP because there's a certain amount of the gear in the PvP that's actually viable from a PvE's perspective, and some of it's actually the best stuff. So you've got to go and do that as well. And by the way, we've introduced this new type of event that you've got to go and you get teleported off to a fucking weird island, and there's stuff in there that's really important now as well. And they just kept layering this stuff on, and we've got another new mechanic and system that means that you've got to be on for this amount of time every week. And if you miss a week, God help you. God help you, you missed a week and your Mythic Plus key reset. And so, you're supposed to be doing 16s, maybe 18s, but your key just reset and it's now a 1. And the only way to get it up is to do a 1, is to do a 2, then a 3, then a 4, then a 5, then a 6, then a 7, then an 8. And that's because you missed a week. And that is also assuming that missing a week wasn't enough in itself to knock you out of some sort of break point that meant that when new content arrived 8 weeks into an expansion, because you'd missed 1 week, you weren't ready for that new content when everyone else was. And so you were then permanently behind. Because they've had a number of mechanics that have been about collecting items from bosses that you need to collect loads of so you can craft something later down the line. And every boss kill gives you one. But you missed a week, well, you missed a week. No, Vervrat, this is called 17 years of running a guild that had to do this stuff, and I mean, maybe there is some trauma there. So, and what you had to do as a guild leader and as a raid leader to try and make it still all function. And to try and keep the ball rolling in the face of all this crap you had to ask volunteers to do. And the million different approaches that people in leadership positions took to that problem. Everything from screaming and cussing you out and kicking people the second they made a mistake through to You know, the softly, oh, that's fine, we totally understand human beings, etc., etc. And none of these were the right route, because you can take the softly human beings approach, and that's fine, and it's appropriate. But there's only so many times you can be softly human being to someone who's, having a hard time and can't attend raids before the other people that are attending the raids, the other people that are showing up multiple times a week, and then you can't quite do the bosses properly because you're missing the class, or you just don't have enough people, whatever it means. You're trying to do a 20-man instance with 17 of you because, a couple of people are having a tough time. Then the people that are showing up start getting angry or stop giving a shit. And then you're in a position where you're like, oh shit, I've got to fill those spaces. We've got to keep raiding. But I can't find people that are at the player level that I need. So my only option is to find people who aren't. So now you've got raids, and the raids are happening, but people are still getting angry because there's not a parity between ability levels and preparedness levels in the group. So you've got people who are spending the time to do all the stuff every week to keep on top of things, looking at people who aren't and getting pissed off about that, and so on. And then you're dealing with, people being dicks and deciding that grass is greener and either just jumping ship without saying a word, or sometimes worse than that, sometimes jumping ship with saying a word, just not publicly, privately to a group of people to see if they can't all leave together. And then you get a bunch that leave, or don't leave, or you're just clusterfuck, man. Utter clusterfuck. To begin with, it was fun. To begin with, the exploration, the feeling of overcoming stuff as a group, the new excitement that, let's be real, WoW raiding when it first arrived on the scene was a unique thing. Still, to some extent, kind of is. But as time progressed and the game changed and people changed, and as we were talking about, the information became more and more publicly available. When I first started raiding, we had no raid mods. None. I remember a few weeks into our raiding in Molten Core, KTM Threat Meter came out. First raid mod. Little thing, and it just told you whether or not the tank had threat. And you stopped having to do the whole wait 10 seconds after the pull so the tank can build threat up. And you started being able to go, you did it. It was you. And with the information that just grew over time, got more and more and more prevalent, the tools got better, the information got stronger, the ways you could assess things got stronger. With all of this growing and people getting more informed, the skill ceiling went up, but so did, by an insane amount, people's ability to turn around and go, it was you. You're the problem. You're not keeping up on DPS. You're not doing enough effective healing. You're the one that stood in the fire. You've been caught by this ability 4 times this raid. You pulled threat. You didn't cast misdirect at the start of the fight. All of this stuff. And it just get worse. You didn't pre-pop. Oh, man. Fuck my life. You didn't pre-pop. You didn't drink a potion 3 seconds before the pull actually began so that you could drink a second potion during that fight. In some ways, it was impressive how WoW facilitated mods, but in some ways, I would argue it also did a good job of changing that game into a very different experience over the years. I remember raid leading Molten Core. Talk about the YouTube videos. Raid leading Molten Core. I made it up as I went along. Tactics were, you might find a post on some of the, like, Realm forums. Not Realm forums on WoW's own forums, but Realm forums that were privately hosted. You might find some people talking about it. For the most part, nah. People hadn't done it yet. There wasn't information about it. There were no videos. You went in and you made it up as you went along. Now, you arriving at new raid releases, you're arriving at that raid for the first time. Well, we expect you to know the boss tactics for every fight in there. Some of those fights have got 6 phases with 4 different bosses. Each phase, their abilities change and do different things. So I hope you've got sticky notes all over everything to remind you, but you need to know that before we've even entered the building. Before it's even released, you are expected to know all the tactics. I know that mod favor, it got banned. It didn't last long. That was one of the times where Blizzard did actually decide to go, no, this is a step too far. You're not allowed to just draw things on people's screen to tell them where to be. Yeah, we had expected, like, it would be, oh, new raids coming out. We're still doing the old raids, so, you know, we need you 3 times a week, 4 times a week for that. But we've got an extra raid on Tuesday. That's a PTR raid. You've got to be on that one as well. Well, the strong argument, Katie, is that so does WoW. That's where don't stand in the fire comes from. Well, the marker, that marker, position marker, it's called the fire. Don't stand in it. Old men lamenting what was a fun thing that slowly went from being fun to being a job to being something that now I'm almost kind of bitter about. Something that now I, openly go, I won't play another MMO because of that. Yeah. Alright, right, rant over. Rant over, we're done. I got Geo power yet? No, let's go Geo. Am I? Probably not, but... That's the thing, I really enjoyed raiding. I just think it slowly ended up getting ruined. And part of what ruined it wasn't actually anything Blizzard did. Part of what ruined it was people. So, unsurprisingly, we are quite good at that. People went from wide-eyed, excited individuals, happy to be there, happy for the experience, just looking to go and kill some bosses, get some loot, and be excited about the whole thing, into petulant, greedy, self-obsessed assholes.
It's all yours, boss.
For the trauma. Thank you. A shit nugget. Interesting. All right, guys, you gonna? How's your blood looking? You've got lots of blood. Good. I want some, please. For now, sir, yes. We probably want to give someone the fixer role while we've got an option. Who's got good social? Macintosh, eh? Sure, I guess. Wow, Cage, that's such an obvious response and inspiration by WoW Mythic Plus. That is literally, they looked at WoW Mythic Plus and went, that's the problem. The problem is the second something goes wrong, everyone literally tears each other apart. How do we stop that? Ban them. Complete sense. I love it. That will have been the bow from Kill Jaden. There's only ever been 2 exciting hunter bows. There was the bow from Kill Jaden, which was a legendary. It was the first legendary, and I think one of the only legendary bows. And then the only other one was Rock Delar, which was the equivalent of Anathema Benediction. Big long hunter quest chain that went all over the world. One of the coolest quest chains I've done in any game. Involved you soloing 4 bosses around the world. Each with their own abilities and sort of like gimmick. And solving like this a bunch of riddles, and then you've got a bow that could turn into could be a bow or a staff. And you could switch it between the 2 modes. But it won't be that one, because that one definitely did need ammo. How was Odyssey so far? Seems good. Performance upgrades are noticeable. Are we at the point yet where we can start cooking nicer meals, I wonder? Yeah, I didn't want to go for grav ship. Okay, so... components up there too. Yeah, Thoradol. That's what I'm saying, from Kill Jaden. We had an equivalent drama. The first glaive from Illidan that dropped, and we gave it to a warrior. We gave it to our Fury warrior instead of a rogue, and that was because at the time our rogues were all brand new members. Hunters had no claim over those, but yeah, our rogues were all new members, and internally it was fine. Externally, however, for some reason or another, our guild was really... We were the punch bag of the server. We sometimes got server firsts, but normally we were server second. Occasionally server third. It was quite a competitive server environment. And for whatever reason, there was a Horde guild, there was an Alliance guild, and then there was us, who were also Alliance. And that was the 1, 2, 3. And we were like second or third. And the other two just decided that we were the punching bag. And so when this happened, they found out about it and started a massive shit-stirring drama thread on our Realm forums. Basically going, look how fucking stupid these guys are. They gave the first one of the glaives to a warrior. And somehow, that then made it into a problem. Then everyone started acting up. And the best part is, it's not even like they're not viable for a warrior. It's just Fury warriors at that point weren't particularly common. People were still of the mindset that warrior equals tank. Actually, I missed a bit. It was the guy's name was Kenji. He'd been with us for like 2.5 years, and one of the things he'd done during those 2.5 years was donate an ethereal mount to the guild bank to give away as part of one of our guild birthday celebration presents. You know, which at this point, that ethereal mount is £1,500, $2,000 to buy, and he just donated it to us. Yeah, that sounds about right, kid. We survived all the people that tried to do that to us. And I am going to pat my own back for that one. I think the reason we survived it is because there were too many people in the way I raid led was about giving people trust and respect. You know, only reason I'm asking you to do what I'm asking you to do is because everyone's doing it, and I'm putting in just as much work and effort myself, and I'm going to be as understanding and so on. You know, it was about making sure that people were treated equally. I just happened to be the person. Someone had to call the shots. It was me. And that meant that sometimes you'd just go and compliment people if they'd done well. Sometimes, you know, if people were having a tough time, you didn't give them a load of shit about it, etc. And that earned a fair bit of loyalty. And it meant that every time someone tried to be a shithead like that, I ended up getting wind of it and diffusing it before it actually happened. Frequently people left, but there was at least twice someone tried to pull a big coup, talk to a whole bunch of people, we were going to go and form our own guild with blackjack and hookers. And then when they went to form their own guild, all the people they thought were leaving with them didn't. I had one where it was my most trusted officer was doing this. Someone I'd put huge amount of faith in, to the extent that when he suggested that his wife also became an officer, we were like, yeah, okay, normally this is something we wouldn't do, but because it's you in this case, we're going to trust you with it. And that guy him and his wife tried to pull a coup on us. I ended up getting wind of it. So one of the people he talked to was like, this guy's come and talked to me, and like, it's tempting, I understand, like, and I'm worried people are going to go with it. And in the end, lots of people came and talked to me about it, and when he quit expecting everyone to go along with him, it was just him and his wife. I think it was him, his wife, and one of our tanks, who before even joining this second guild, left our guild and then messaged me and was like, I think I've just done something stupid. I let this guy kind of convince me, and this isn't right. And so he came back in again, went back to being main tank. The way I dealt with guild leader side of things was, I was not the only raid leader. We would change who it was. I would tend to raid lead. I would come into raid lead on bosses where where we were struggling. And it was mostly about getting someone in who's quite encouraging at that point. Keep people, keep morale up. So I would do that, and I would solve the problems. I wouldn't be log analyzing, I wouldn't be recruiting, I wouldn't do any of this stuff. I was problem solving between the officers, between members, between whoever and whatever. Sandstone. Right, we need to... I need to decide where the edge of this is going to be, and I think it might as well be over here. Fully... I think we killed all the bugs in this area anyway, but... Yeah, speaking of 6 Day, looking forward to more of that shenanigans soon. Need to set a date. Good evening, Mr. Texfire. The gas chonkers. Lovely jubbly. It's looking a lot like one heater is no longer going to cut it. Is it time to start running plumbing? Well, sort of. I need to know where it's up here, so that's going to define basically where our pump room lives. I'm going to put things in a production chamber as well. Okay, how does that leave us for this? Yeah, conversion means we've changed one of these guys to our ideal legion, meaning that they are going to be less of a pain in the backside to us as a prisoner, basically. I'm going to be honest with you, Big B. I really quite enjoyed WoW's pet battles. But that was partly because I have every collector's edition of WoW up to... Actually, I don't know which was my last one. And all the collector's editions of WoW came with a key for some themed pet for that expansion. And a number of those pets were proper broken when it came to pet battle stuff. Like, Murky and Lurky were broken. Kim is starving because Kim cannot get at the food. Doggo, help yourself. Oh, now I've missed a trick, haven't I? Could have designed my base to look like my logo. Bright light on flooring. What, Stephen? What are you talking about? I got them Nussline simply because WoW's collector's editions were really nice. And then he looks over to his left, remembering that I've got a few bits on a shelf in here, and remember that I also have the 10th anniversary statue. That was something I don't think I've ever seen a game dev do something like that before or ever again. I can only assume it went poorly for them, and so they've never repeated it, but... So the 10th anniversary statue is, without saying a word about it, without telling anybody that it was happening, a little bit after Blizzard's 10th anniversary, like days and weeks after Blizzard's 10th anniversary for WoW, people just started getting a box in the mail. And it was basically, if you'd had your WoW subscription the entire time since WoW's launch to that date, they sent everyone a bronze statue that's a copy of the one that's outside Blizzard HQ. Can we get up to firefight, please, folks? Thank you. Well, Macintosh was making a pretty damn good attempt there to get herself killed by deciding to eat her meal, her breakfast meal, in the fire. Who is our dog? It's the fool. Nice. 96 and 100. Don't tell anybody. Speaking of which. More blood bags, please. I've got 4. We've got 4 blood donors for 4 vamps. That we can keep on top of things. The only thing is I need to remember to manually add these guys' operations. There's no way of going, yeah, just consistently harvest blood from your own colonists. Weirdly. I don't know why. Seems missed opportunity. We have struck compacted machinery. Fantastic. Everything is awful. The world is awful. Life is awful. The base is awful. I get it, guys. Not angry with me because the world is awful. Chemical hunger. Alright then, what I'm hearing is we're going to be producing some drugs of some sort. Could just do beer. Does coffee count? I mean, coffee's not going to work because we're entering winter, so nothing's growing at the moment. Got a reasonable supply of food at least. Interesting one, too. Fool is not quite yet in need of death rest, but will be. And let's also open this up out actually into the room it's supposed to be. Start doing some production. Colony manager, that's your job. It's the same one as yesterday, Fog. I mean, yeah. Otherwise, I worked very quickly in an hour and a half. I mean, everything's got speed runs. I don't think that RimWorld has a particularly active speed running community because too much of it is RNG based. It's too hard, you know, for speed running you need some modicum of consistency. some modicum of similarity with the people you're trying to compete with. Whereas with RimWorld, I think most of it would just end up being luck. I think generally the RimWorld sort of stuff like speedruns is no pause runs. Which I've done a couple of times, but I can only do it if I remove the spacebar from my keyboard or rebind pause to something else. Because there is an automatic, like, muscle memory reaction to a noise that goes, you know, the alert noise for a raid and me hitting the spacebar. Six helmet, please. We got anyone actually set to craft? The Omnom, but Omnom's going to be busy at the moment. Fair few crafters, though, so. Yeah, I imagine he has, Took. That is very much his style. What are you doing? You're sleeping, my friend. Yep, nice and easy. There is no way out of the base. Medical emergency. Extreme malnutrition. Who has not been wardening? Macintosh has been in... Right. Macintosh has been bed rest, so no one's done it. NAD percentage? What the hell is NAD percentage? What the hell is hat percentage? How quickly can you get all your pawns a hat? Little trick for you. Spawn with one. There you go. I win. I'm gonna lie. 21 min sounds really short, or really long. Angry dromedary. How cold does it get? I don't think it's going to get that cold. Hey, hey, hey. Wooden plumbing to me sounds questionable. Neutralize ancient danger. Really? That sucks. This is what I mean about RimWorld being very RNG based. It's like, okay, well done, you spawned on this map. The ancient danger is not visible. It's underground somewhere. Yeah, I know it sounds questionable, but then, you know, we've made boats out of wood for how long? I'm sure, actually, it's fine. Quest available, Pod Swarm. No. No, I did. You still haven't figured out that we don't actually like you. Black Sparrow, Alpha Chief of the Troslan tribe, is looking for a safe settlement to take care of his pet boghound, Gleb, for 9 days. Gleb is suffering from paralytic abasia and must be kept in bed. Wasters from Venenrig are trying to kill poor little Gleb to get at Black. If you accept Gleb, there will be a raid roughly this size. 1 grenadier and 6 waster grenadiers. The hell, man? 7 dudes, all with grenades. Because of a boghound. No, Gleb's fucked. He's also not a puppy, he's a boghound. RimWorld Wick. You mean Black Sparrow? Yes, I don't think the boghound is actually a dog. Roger that, Rogue. Medical emergency again. Are you just no one feeding you again? Yeah, Macintosh, you're gonna have to get out of bed there. Exactly the same scenario again. Yes, I did have a feeling that was coming. Was the angry dromedary stopped? I think it has. Yep. I'm not saving the puppy. Sorry, it's just not happening. I've already got one. I'll look after this dog. Eat the puppy? That means I've got to save him. No. I don't want to fight 7 grenadiers. You know, from a home zone perspective, I don't think this end needs to be in the home zone anymore. Although we might kill some dromedary for some food and a monitor lizard. It looks like we might. Yeah, growing period is actually year round here. The Phoenix, then that would be a doubly good reason why I would not be accepting that. I am both allergic to a lot of dogs, but also don't particularly like dogs. Yeah, that is a hard nope. No, worse than that. I'm not death resting until people's injuries are dealt with. Fool is the medic. Yeah, it'll be interesting going to Hot Potato this year, having actually played RimWorld at some point relatively, well, within 6 months. Oh, I was hoping he was going to forget for long enough that I wouldn't have to do it. Yes, show the boom rats the aurora. I see what you're doing, Cass. I'm not going outside. Typical Cassandra activities. Ooh, I wonder if we can trick him into going outside because he's forgotten. No, Mac's just been recovering from the flu, so has spent a lot of time in bed. Hey, look, biofuel is awesome, but I'm still not going out to deal with the boom rats right now. I have no reason. I lie, I do have a reason. The toilet is out there. I should build a toilet inside for the time being, right? Mate, stop trying. Oh dear. Omnom insulted Macintosh's facial hair. Well, Linos is definitely gonna break. Melena's told John the security is lax. an encouraging escape, and John ignored him. Dude, can you stop, please? John does not need food. Alright, joke's on you now, Omnom. Apparently, -10 is as far as this debuff will go. Omnom derided Melinos' punctuality. Vicious. Some people. Called Melinos a hyena. We're going to leave Omnom in the room insulting Melinos because Melinos is already broken and is at max insult. So it can't get any worse. Hey Omnom, you want to stop at some point? Nice, they're falling asleep. Thankfully, Catharsis is worth more than the insulted, but this low psychic drone is definitely Cassandra going, ha 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 ha, maybe we can make everything fall apart by making everyone break. And she might be right. Thank you. We're about to. I've already run the plumbing for it. I think this is about to be over. No, maybe not. They're just leaving. Put it in the AC alcove? Nah. Again, I've run the plumbing. This room is ready to go for us to start doing actual proper hygiene. So, you know, we're ready to start putting pumps and stuff down. I just need to be able to get outside. Just need these man-hunting assholes to go away. Technically, that's rock roof thin. I could poke a hole there. Nah, they're leaving now. They're almost done. In fact, I think they're gone. I think we're good. I think they're finished. Yep. I'm going to go outside to get rid of their debuffs for being underground, cabin fever, etc. Cool. Definitely need, soon as we can, a couple more prisoners so that I can stop this silly dance with our own guys. Yeah, but that goes outside. There's metal here. Sort of made the kitchen a bit on the large side, I've got to be honest. Not sure what we're planning to do. I suppose that gives me room to move the butcher indoors, give it its own spot. I'm not entirely sure what the egg sack's supposed to actually do. Yeah, but it doesn't seem to hold eggs. That's what I mean, is it doesn't actually have like it talks about gestation and so on, but then it doesn't seem like anything actually hatches from it. Oh, thank God. Psychic drone is ending. Half a chance people don't lose the plot quite so hard. And the fool will be up in 22 hours. I'll actually get back on doing planting again. I wonder, can we maybe get away with... Should really wait for the fool to wake up for that. No, but why are you feeding him raw food? Yes, you happen to have it in your hand. Go and get a meal. Okay, why have you stopped bothering feeding him? Nope. Yeah, but he's not in the assignment anyway. He's a prisoner. And they had been feeding him meals previously. I don't know why Max suddenly decided to be a weirdo. And has just gone to bed instead of feeding him. No. Oh no, ignore me. No, don't start death rest. Do whatever you're doing. Apparently, no, he was fed. Which, these are death rest caskets. Is it though? Ow. I have had my legs crossed too long. I've put my leg to sleep. 1 second. No, there's no reduced food requirement. They still eat. Why didn't you guys stop me from putting Dragonbox into Death Rest? Now we're even further from being able to do this. Someone gonna go and do the... Why? How can you be recreation deprived, Macintosh? Explain to me. Your entire thing is just full of stuff. Apparently, they've had enough of the hoop. They want something else. I'm getting fussy. I mean proper medical. What are you imagining is proper medical, Fog? Outside of the nicest room we have with medical beds in. And meds in it. Would you like me to build things that I don't have researched? Because that's the only thing I could do to improve that, is build things that I can't yet. See this? Can't even research it yet. Sterile floor costs silver. Every tile is 12 silver. Worth it when you're sure you're not moving the medical room, yeah. Holy crap, these sandstone chest tables take a long time to build.
Another boy
Hey, Stretto.
joins the crew.
Somewhere in here is a thing that tells you what their meditation type is. Or what meditation types they like to do. Not meditation, recreation. Who was working on this? Loser. Almost done with some art. That should probably help. They can use that for... I think meditation is recreation, so... Just happens to recharge psi focus as well. Okay, so that chess table will help. Hasn't used it yet, but that chess table was exactly what we needed. Yeah. God, can you imagine how cold that is to wash in? It's minus 12 outside. Take Omnom off that because I want Macintosh to be able to... Shit. Too late. Oh well, at least it's only Corpse Obsession. Why did you make a statue of one of our prisoners? That's just weird, dude. Yeah, I suppose if you don't have a grave, you can't get Corpse Obsession, and Corpse Obsession is one of the easiest breaks to deal with. It's a rival. Yes, another table, another chair at the chess table, so more than one person can use it. Oh wow, that warmed up fast. It's now 16 outside. Oh no it is. That's why I cancelled all the junk hauling. Or did I not? I'm supposed to cancel all the junk hauling. I know there is. We nabbed that from, it was on the ground up here. No reason to use it yet. We're not ready for making jump packs. That requires fabrication. Okay, that's a good reason. Macintosh, could you unbrake now, please? Okay, that went fairly chill. Don't put him in there. Yeah, I would argue that there's very little that hasn't been done. Hey, Thrash. So, John, what have you learnt? What have you learnt, my friend? Shit. Yep. Yep, it is. No, you can't use Glitamed to deal with dementia. I'm not even sure if you can fix dementia, honestly. Maybe with the nanite injector. The serum. Well, age regression we're heading for anyway. It's a way away, but... Where is age reversal? Biosculpting? I can't remember. Bioregeneration. Interesting, so death res caskets are no longer quite as pain in the ass. Book acquired. Yeah, it's just wreck. But that's kind of what we wanted, so that's all good. Oof, I can't really do this until we finish septic tank research. in the dance party section. Don't worry too much about it, guys. It will go out. It is raining. Oh, it's not staying in there. I'm going to build it in there for the time being. Yeah, just got lots of rituals we could be doing, so if I make a half-decent room for it. Dang that. I'm out of wood. Well, not at the moment, it's not. That cold snap kind of slowed us down a bit, but that's why I'm planning on going out and murdering some drone dairy once our Dragon Box is up now. Yeah. Every base I build is different. How they function and look is a product of where they've been built and the map conditions and so on. I don't get too tied up on trying to make a perfect design for a base, because it rarely works. It rarely works out that you can build what you want to build. I found your blood. Yep, my stuff has some similarities, but as you say, they tend to be organic as opposed to some fixed design. Yeah, I imagine it will be. I mean, in the end, the plan with this run is to end up on a spaceship, so... Although with the opportunity to go through a nice intermediary stage where I just use the spaceship for raiding. It's for planet hopping. It's not for planet hopping, it's for settlement hopping. Just to show up in a settlement and be like, yo, it's me and my spaceship. We're here to take all your stuff. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I need it. Aha! Our first infestation. And then what? We'll see how long it takes them to pop up. We might fight them in this room. If I'd thought about this, I would have realised that I can't actually stand on where there's chunks. Bug farm, maybe? Don't really have much to do with insect meat is the thing. So, yeah. Hello. There we go. Well then, friends. You're attacking the dog, aren't you? Run, Doge, run! Ah, Doge is faster than you. straightforward. Yeah, that's right. Wake him up to convert him. That'll please him. That'll please him. Later, Bard. You have a good one, man. I expanded the base a bit quick with this stuff up here, and everything is slowed to a crawl. I also messed up, and because I haven't had these people sleeping together, chance of kids has been very low. Well, I say messed up, that might not have been a mistake. What are you doing up there? You're praying. Okay. Hey, Braggy. It's old Dinosaur Rogo. He's got beer. We're gonna buy it. Take the flake. That's a dangerous thing to have around. Take a selection of poor quality weaponry. And give us your beer. Cool. That gets those two done. Odyssey seems cool so far, Baraki, but I intentionally started from the beginning. And so there's only so much of the Odyssey content I've seen. Enjoying some, well, what at this point is more mid-game. Oh yes, we should probably let the dog free, shouldn't we? Might not be a bad plan. But we're early game with some not vampires. So we're dealing with the early game not vampire problem of cycling death rest. Because these four all suffer from death rest. No, what caused the death rest? It's not, they aren't vamps. It's specifically this xenotype. You pick death rest because it gives you +6 metabolic efficiency. And metabolic efficiency is basically your scorecard for a species. At 0, they eat a standard amount of food. At positive numbers, they eat less food. At negative numbers, they eat more food. And so if you give them a lot of positive traits, they end up needing huge amounts of food, so you balance it out with negative traits. Death rest is one of the negative traits, but actually arguably isn't a negative trait because of these things. The hemo pump, the hemogen amplifier, the glucosoid pump, and the psychofluid pump. These things mean that eventually, while people are death resting, they're actually gaining a whole bunch of buffs. John has had so many crises of belief. Oh, that sucks, Baraki. I mean, hopefully no problems with the wildfires at least, man. we've got metal again. That's going to start doing things. And Omnom's awake. We're in the bit of the cycle where we're okay. You know what? It might be time for... How long until max up? 2.3 days. A dutiful celebration opportunity. I don't get it. Started at altar. The best quality started at an altar. Small sandstone altar. Can't start it. Oh, yeah, it is. Which means we don't want to do that. I was thinking to myself, why have we got a timed one? I don't have any timed ones. But we don't. We just don't want to do it. I'll tell you what. We'll have an invitation to breakfast instead. Well, that's not going to be a good display. You released them into the mountain. Oh well. It didn't work. So yeah, John's still got his legs. I don't know why John's still got his legs. I think it's mostly because I'm worried about... We don't have much ability to get blood at the moment. So I can't really afford to kill him. If we kill him, we run into hemogen problems. We're already, like, right on the edge of being able to maintain hemogen. They have a wash basin. It's up here. We're having a fight. That wasn't so bad. best result to an insulting spree. The other person just immediately goes, fuck you, I'm going to hit you. Gets it over and done with, nice and fast. Not worth waking up the fool just because people have got a few bruises. We might leave Dragonbox off of research for a bit following this. Get some more stuff done. 13 days of forced weather. We've got another... We've got another 7 left. Remember, this forced weather isn't necessarily bad for me because it's doing that to my fertility for 13 days. Nice. Get that death rest accelerator set up. 1.3 days. Out of range now. Order pawns choose to do things in always fascinates me. There we go. %20 improvement. Worth it, I think. Less downside. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And it's all because of his ideal agent. I think. Actually, no, it's just he's a bit of a dick. the psychoid grows slow. Days versus 11.3. Okay, so it's not quite as long as corn, but still slow. Need to work out where we're going to put a death rest room as well, I think. Well, I think having a death rest room makes more sense. I don't want to say it, but certain lady's been very quiet. Looks like it, yeah. I was just wondering, there's no sleeping alone debuff here. So, yeah, it does actually look like if they're in the room like that, that's considered to sleep as sleeping together. Although they're not getting the buff. There is a buff for, I think. Oh, no, there's not. The buff is loving, but that's not generic. That's not there all the time. What does Dragonbox do when he's not researching? He's a crafter and a chef. Yeah, maybe let's have, like, floors and walls first, Stephen. Can they not get at that? They can't, that's really annoying. Why not have water heaters yet? Right under temperature. Ah. Yep. Did you guys just get struck by lightning? No, I'll keep everything I've got. Go away. Yeah, but insect jelly is also a recreation. Food consumption, insect jelly. Okay, they've decided to pick a fight with the local wildlife. Fine. Well, I won't say no. Get rid of a cougar. Power is fine. I have 3 turbines. Plenty excess, everything's good. Might need to increase how much food I'm growing. Is everyone awake? That we've got actually a little stock of blood. Just a tiny bit, a tiny little stock of blood. Bucket man, a bucket man. All right. That is... a room prepared for kiddos. Making assumption that that will ever happen. The Danny-O's. External filter is the way to go. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, much neater than the hanging tank rubbish. Do I spy... Oh, not that. No. I thought I saw a fish down there, but... Catfish is hiding. The trick when the snails take over, Mr. Wolf, is you get yourself some loaches. You know, there's nothing a loach likes more than to nom on a snail. Or, if you want to solve the problem really slowly, get yourself some assassin snails, which are snails that eat other snails, which is kind of fascinating to watch. Colony goes. A sun. Roger that, man. Best of luck. Thank you, Bugger Man. Appreciate it. I'd forgotten that was the thing. I love how he gets his gun out when he's finished beating the fire out. Well, he's going to threaten it. Ooh, yes, these can be held open again. Speed people back up. And we're definitely going to run out of wood. No, not doing the new scenario. I wanted to build up to it, see what it looks like from this angle. Tempting. That's free blood. And jump pack or... Oh, tough skin gland. Screw it. Yes, tough skin gland and the Eltex helmet. No, I'm not making any brick floors or anything yet because it just takes too long. We're still at a point where, like, I'm already having to deal with the fact that because I decided to build underground, things are taking a very long time already. I don't want to make that worse. So for the time being, they're going to have to deal with the fact that the place is a bit ugly. Oh yeah, yeah. This is not going to end up being bedrooms. This may well end up being the med bay. Yeah, fair enough. say they have stuff to trade. I bet you they don't. I think I might have overloaded them on planting tasks. You left me some short bows. Wow. Cancel that one, do that one. At least then you're a bit closer. Things are taking a while now. Ah! So you need an animal sleeping box for a kid, right? That's the wrong room. We still have no wood, so I cannot install a peg leg because we have no wood with which to install said peg leg. plants person. Oh. I haven't had them as manhunters yet. I've had them steal my damn food, but no manhunting ones yet. I might remove some of the heal route just on the basis that we've got 205 in storage now. That on its own is not going to be enough, but still. Furniture bears an arc of 1,000 lightning strikes nearly enveloping a plane. A group of planetologists rush to prepare. The artwork relates to Macintosh's settlement being menaced by a deadly flash storm on the 1st of December 5501. The excellent sandstone grip. Hey, Dragmore. Where on earth is he off to? He's tending... He's tending to the chicken. No one else can plant cut, can they? Except for Max, sort of. Hey, Shaggy. The man has returned. More playing of RimWorld now, less arguing about, well, talking about WoW raiding. No, the dementia. Need to get to that age reversal. Hey, astronaut. Re-wreck. Need to go through it to get there. I think we're gonna have to hold up on base progress for the time being. At least in that area. Do we go fishing for another colonist? I don't have a bedroom for him. It is, obviously, we're not in space yet. Ooh, space. These are not all the things out there. I can't see them all without research. Huzzah! Food! We were getting worryingly low. As in, there isn't any. There was a single unfertilized chicken egg. John's going berserk again. John! Don't do this. The dog ate the egg. John, you're gonna get yourself killed. Now get down and get back in bed. You've been sentenced to 20 lunges to and from the kitchen. Why am I keeping... yeah, I am keeping the chickens penned in the butcher room. Makes things nice and straightforward. That way we can call them free range. They were roaming about freely right next to the butcher's table. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Good night, Tex. It stopped raining, guys. It's been raining for the last 13 days. But it's not raining now. Emus suck. A large flightless bird with beady eyes on its ugly face. With its bad attitude, it is the jerk of the natural world. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure Tynan is Australian. No. There are, yeah. Although only for riding in caravans. Alright, let's prepare to go and do that mission for the neuro, whatever it is. Get a couple of donkeys, do it fast, because I also need to, like... Construction line art, wait, or not. There's 9 of them, and one of them's got a grenade launcher. No, it's a smoke launcher. Alright, not so bad. They are unusually clever with their tactics. They're going to avoid my turret's field of fire and notice some of my traps. Okay. That is good to know. Looking forward to you spotting my traps and avoiding my turrets. Slightly concerning. I'm suspecting that they will probably spread out a bit naturally as they come. And we can maybe just meet them at the entrance. Or do I intentionally go outside and go and fight them? There's a bit of an argument to going and meeting them away from the base so that they're not lobbing grenades around. So we're fighting in the open. Why do I need sandbags? I'm melee. The way this works is we get right up in their face. And we stab them with knives. Yeah, but in order to confine them, I basically expose myself to... Oops, grenade to face. Oh, I had an excellent plasteel knife, but I can't see it. Oh, it's just a normal plasteel. Yeah, they're definitely spreading out quite nicely for me as well. The grenade person's quite speedy. Everyone else fairly the same. And then this sissy sits right at the back. Slow. The grenade launcher is a smoke grenade launcher, thankfully. It's likely to benefit me more than it benefits them because their scary part is that they've got lots of shooters. My scary part is the 2 melee. So, yes, please throw some smoke down. That sounds fantastic. Right, before we do this, I'm going to grab a quick bio break. One moment, please, folks. Alrighty then. And yes, I did do some lunge.
We've got a new boy, lads. Get him.
Thank you for the follow. Let's slow that down, shall we? Yeah, it is. No escape. Don't know where you think you're crawling off to, but no. Oop. Oh shit. We ain't done. Now we're done. Venom Talon, no less. Oh, ignore me, Omnom. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted that. Omnom's actually not terrible as a doctor. We should start encouraging some two-doctor life. Nope. 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 Not only that, but they're all pirates, so it might mean that I can release John and stop pissing off Ere Herbarium quite so much by taking his blood constantly. We just took blood from that dude without it being a thing that was set. Oh, it is set to Humogen Farm. Okay, apparently Humogen farming those guys is fine then. Research speed is not in there. Yeah, there's a reason they're both set to research. And I have 2 research tables. We really need to speed up. I want to make sure that we don't lose the fool to old age. This dementia's problematic. So we need to get this, we need to get to biosculpting ASAP. Which means multi-analyzer, which means gold. Rook. How do? Why are you cooking? No, they're inherently ugly, and more difficult to keep clean. Good luck, guys. Hey! We found the ancient danger! It's in there somewhere. Tell you what, let's yeah, relatively speedy. You can get something faster than donkeys, of course, but this was better than sending them on foot. Halved their journey time. Oh, a heat wave. Oh, fantastic. We do not have cooling in here. We don't have cooling, but the mountain is saving our bones. It's 42 outside and it's 23 in here. Sorry, I forgot to mention, it's 42 outside at night. Freezer is a -8. And is set to -10, I think. Oh no, -2. And that one's set to -13, so... Set them both to -8, and I bet you it stays at -8. Yeah. Yeah, the heater's not doing anything. They both have a target temperature of 21, so they don't fight each other. "23 indoors, 57 degrees outside." Yeah. Dead for less than a day. Oof. Brutal.
Another boy joins the crew.
Thank you, Rock God. It's not gold, it's ambrosia. I can't coagulate on Mac. This guy's not a vampire. I'm making the assumption that no, that's going the wrong way. Yeah, why can't I reform the caravan of those guys? Do I have to kill the turret? Well, that's fucking dumb. Shit. That's stupid. Is he shooting the bush or the power conduit? He is attempting to attack the power conduit, but it's not going great. Oh, there's just too much shit in the way. Go on, dude. One more. It's powered directly off of the damn solar panel as well. It's too close. I'm sure all that stuff is interesting loot if you're not with two people that could break and prevent you from forming the caravan at any moment. They absolutely needed to get out of there. A few still. N 9.8 days. The fool, you can't just leave him like that. I don't need organs, I need blood bags. More worried about getting our research up to the point where we can do age reversal, because some of our folks, with our cell instability, some of our folks are getting old. They don't live that long. Exactly. Shit. Well, because surely they can't survive purely on blood. Power is not doing great, but... we will sort that out now these guys are back, and I'm starting to regain a bit of, mood back. Things were not looking amazing. Do need a meditation spot, you're right. I should have done, yeah. But again, taking anything would have slowed that caravan from leaving, and if they'd broken, they never would have left at all. God knows what happens when, you know, because this is another scenario where if Mac breaks, people die. I have been. My problem at the moment is the Fool was our main doctor. I've just taken him off doctor duty so that he can spend more time growing and getting food, because the food situation is also really bad. It is, yeah. There's our map. Kind of cool. Why would they not be participating? Due to extreme temperature in the ritual area. It's too hot. Not immediately, but I could probably, with some work before the geothermal, I need to find some components. Like those ones there. I am, yep. Got plenty of stone. Like, hang on, to the extent that let's stop stone cutting for a bit, please. Can you go research? We're not currently researching anything because I also need, before even geothermal, I need a high-tech research bench. Yeah, there's plenty of steel about. Grav ship, I just haven't done it yet. And welcome back, Mr. Sun. Spaceship is the old spaceship. The new spaceship is a mission that gives you a grav engine. Yeah, that's not good, man. Gotcha. John, mate, we are gonna kill you. In fact, when I say we, I don't mean we, I mean Macintosh is gonna kill you. Just fucking stop it, dude. No, there's just dubs. The DLCs add new tech.
Boy, lads. Get him.
Yeah, as an Aussie. Southern Australian. And friends. Hello, everybody. You're up quite late, Splits. Well, not up quite late, sorry. Going till quite late.
Another boy joins the crew.
Ah, Maru. Blammo indeed. I don't know what owl's on.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, yeah. The Fool, you do still live, but you have dementia. We are trying to rush the research in order to get age reversal. Just solve it before you die. If I'm honest, you're 58, and for a species that's got major cell instability and doesn't live very long, that's quite old. Howdy everybody, welcome to the Not Vampire Rim. New DLC included. We are playing a group of not vampires. They used to be vampires, and combination of solar radiation and exposure to toxicity on this planet has sort of caused them to end up in a much worse place. But that leaves us with a very convenient, easy goal for this run through, being that our goal is to fix ourselves. Fix this genetic problem that this race has, and maybe build ourselves a raiding ship to get the stuff we need to do so. And while we're at it, perhaps if we can also bioengineer the perfect race of blood bags, that would be pretty fantastic too. Those are the goals so far, at least. And for my folks, if you don't know Splitsy, he is a balmy Australian, as is Kabak. Kabak probably the more balmy, who even plays this game occasionally. But he is good folk. You should drop him a follow. Yeah, it might as well be. This major cell instability is a permanent problem. Reduction in lifespan, cancers are massively increased in how fast they cause you problems, and you're susceptible to all the diseases. That's pretty problematic in the grand scheme, I would say. Right now, however, what I've done is given myself too many prisoners to feed, and we're in a bit of a food crisis. To the extent that tomorrow we might have to take the vampires out to go and murder some dromedaries, despite the fact that one of the vampires is in second trimester. Soon, little baby vampire. Are we ready for this? No. Oh, I wonder if I do this at night, everyone shows up because it's at like a comfortable temperature outside. That might actually be worth doing. Except that everyone's got the plague. You know, I still think it's worth doing. Everyone, out of bed. It's Sky Lantern time at, what time is it? 1 o'clock in the morning. Perfect time for it. Well, we don't know what the baby's even going to have genetically. They don't necessarily get all of your traits. And the fool, not doing well. Dementia and currently death rest exhaustion as well. Reason we're doing this is because this festival has a chance, 50% chance, if it's done well, of getting a new colonist to join. What have we forgotten about, Took? Yeah, they are. No, they're the correct type of jeans. Don't worry. It was a beautiful invitation to dinner, however, it didn't help. Before you can't death rest yet, you need to cook, not cook, harvest, etc. for us. Despite the fact that you're currently got a consciousness of, I hate to think what, 50%. Oh, the food situation is so bad. How long have I got these guys for still? Another 6 days. Ow. I do. That's why we're doing that festival thing. Is I desperately need another pawn to help with the harvest and help with the planting, because my current pawns otherwise are useless. I mean, I suppose I could. But Macintosh has got 4. I can put Macintosh on it as, but Macintosh is doing warden duty, so it's not like Macintosh has got a lot of free time. He says finding Macintosh currently hanging around in there. What did you do with the, we should have a Silink Neuroformer still. Yeah. Oh, you dead. Oh well. No, he's not. He's one of the guys from the recent raid. Fell in and Pyrass him. No, don't bother. Om. There you go. Go clean the rec room. Transport pod crash. We do, I'm working on it, but again, food, more concern. Yeah, he's definitely dead. The question is, do I go and grab the other guy? And I suppose I might as well, but 6 hours. Will he even survive? I don't think he will. I think we might have to... Well, let's go find out. Back in your damn bed. Yay, these ones aren't bothered in the slightest about the fact that an innocent prisoner died. Yeah. That's a good point. Bullet? Don't mind the dead person in the bed we're giving you. Stupid emu's blind. Still doing quite well. Oh, I'm attacking it with my fists, aren't I? I mean, good on you, Macintosh. It's pretty good going if you can just go out and punch an emu to death. But maybe next time we use a knife. No, Ghetto Boy. If they'd had a Macintosh, the emu war would have been over very quickly, apparently. What did we need the components for out of interest? Oh, it was Geo. Oh, that's neat. That's rather appropriate. Shit. Yeah, best at is shooting of one. I need people, and even a 5-year-old can actually do some stuff. Holy hell. No traits, but it's one of our species, so they need blood. Watching work be. I think watching work be done. I think you're watching Macintosh feed the prisoners. Because the walls are not walls. They're just stone. You can't. If I can't put wire in those. Not yet. Because this is how it must be. Oh, I know what we can do. Okay. I bet you look really tasty to a mega sloth. Then you go and haul the frag grenades. Yep. It's good upbringing on the rim. Svetlana is sleeping.
Another boy joins the crew.
In the death rest casket. Oh, I realised that, but I wasn't expecting it. She doesn't seem to be too bothered about sleeping on the floor. Slept in the heat, sure. Slept on the floor, unbothered. She nicked it. It still says it's bound to Dragon Box, so that's weird. Clean Dragon Box and Svetlana's room. The kiddo has moved in here. Yeah, has been adopted by the Fallen Dragon Box, who are about to have another kid. Svetlana, you've nicked Dragon Boxes. I didn't know they could sleep in them. Rest effectiveness 108%. It's better for them to sleep in than a bed. Okay, good to know. The only reason for these beds to exist then is because they're a couple, and there's no couple's death rest casket. Megasloth, I know you want to come in and eat my food. You can't. You're not allowed. Also, I think for safety's sake, should we have a new area and we'll call it Kiddo? And maybe we don't let the kiddo go outside? Or, like, anywhere up in this area of the base where the infestation is likely to happen. And then maybe we also consider building a little outdoor kiddo pen. So that kiddo can, well, go outside, basically. The kid does have an auto pistol. Kiddo, why do you have an auto pistol? No, it's explicitly to allow the kid to get... It's to allow the kid to touch grass. Ain't no grass if you got a roof. I think I'm going to have to go out and murder things again, aren't I? We're down to 5 meals. Although there is food about. Those dromedaries left the map, or have they moved? Ooh, they've moved outside. Alright, you, my friend. And you. Well, look at you go. You're even building it in a sensible order. No, you're not. Nom, can you finish tending the person that you're trying to kill?
It's all yours, boss.
And then suddenly, that insect jelly that I think I've still got in here becomes useful. I'm being blind at the moment, but it's in there somewhere. Or was. Someone may have eaten it. Northerner? I know there's a such. Nope, someone ate it. You're right, Kate. Food is coming to us. Right, we need that death rest casket done because I need Dragonbox to have finished death rest by the time that birth time comes around. It might be too late already. Intentionally broken. Yeah, intentionally. The water doesn't link to anything at the moment. It's not being used. So I don't want... These don't have a toggle... Or, okay, they do have a designated toggle power. For some reason earlier I couldn't. So I built that to just disconnect the two heaters which were draining a bunch of our power network. No, Dragon Box is going to have the kid first. It's too late already. Yeah, I know clothing's wearing out. I'm not too bothered about that at the moment. We have other, more primary demands on our attention. How's the little moron doing? It may be time. I was going to say, the shame the fool's not awake, but Omnom's almost got up to the fool's skill level. Right, John, we have had enough of you. You've been a consistent pain. You keep escaping. It's not going to happen anymore. We're out of food again. Probably is again. I'm unbothered. There's a few too many dromedaries. If they decide to turn around and kick my ass, they will 100% kick my ass. Well, that's the baby food. But it's probably worth it. Don't really want the pregnant person starving. The Fool, I need you to wake up, man. This is all a bit hand to mouth at the moment. I don't like it. 8 hours, okay. And then when you wake up... Yeah. Yeah, I got a crib. Not any old crib. I got an excellent crib. Artwork crib. Nope, he's right there. We've got 17 hours to go. 2 hours to go. The power situation means the accelerator is jumping around. Svetlana has changed crib. Or changed casket. Now the Fool's out of death rest. Thank fuck. Yeah, alright, kiddo can go outside a little bit. Kiddo's reading. Right. You arseholes. Stop eating the baby food. Hey, Dragon's Death. Seems good so far. Ah, yes. Almost kiddo time, I assume. Hey. Death rest 4 days. We don't have any wood either. I'll just turn some stuff off. Like right now, this electric smithy definitely doesn't need to be running. That's 250 watts. Oh, that's a good time. That's not going to make things any easier. And I need this guy cooking. There's no wind. Certainly becoming more useful. We need a warden to... Right, om nom. Go feed the medical emergency. Meals are precious, but we do still need to keep our blood bags. Svetlana's birthday in a few days. Yeah, the flu should be okay. Slightly ropey at the moment. Why can't we feed Lenga? Oh, has food, just still has an extreme malnutrition. Okay. I like how Svetlana just sleeps where the fuck she wants. And tonight I'm in this empty bed. Yay! Battery does drain fast, yes. No, I'm quite happy to manually watch it until we get enough immunity that I don't feel the need to stay in a bed. Although actually that's just a standard bed, so in this case Macintosh can... There we go. Macintosh can go and help. Oh, thank fuck the fool's awake again. We have a bit of a stockpile of food. We are recovering, just about. Everyone needs death rest, which is problematic, but until Dragonbox gets the pregnancy dealt with... Yep, baby's got the full genes. I'm gonna grab a drink quickly. Back in a moment, guys. Strong vibes of it gone rain. Huh. Why on earth would we want peace? Where's the kiddo? Oh, it's still asleep. DB has not given birth yet. You'll know what happens. It makes a load of noise about it. Kiddo, you're cleaning. There you go. Dragon box in labor. Yeah, that's right. Hang around and look weird. The baby has been given a temporary name. Baby Holiday. Yes. Right, everyone get back to your jobs. Dragon can't childcare. Which is good because that means we can send Dragon into death rest, and Mac can do the child raising because Mac 100% can. Fell on a 6 now. How old do they have to be to stop being a kid? At what point does Svetlana become teenage and useful? Or I should ask, at what point is the accelerated growth stop? Because if I remember rightly, all the while they're younger, they actually age quicker. Growth moment at age 7. Yeah, that's what I was setting up now. Steel works. We're not going to be short on steel on this map. These are moving. These are just being moved. As far as what I'm building, it's like, oh. They're wood, they're sandstone. I think that, okay, maybe the toy box doesn't have to be steel. Who's doing construction? Loser, but he's been filling in on cooking duty, big style. As Dragonbox has obviously been otherwise engaged and will continue to be. No, you know what? Get ye to a death rest pod, Macintosh. We're taking the kid. Okay, so there is a bit of a debate about breastfeeding in public, but it is weird when you choose to, instead of using your private room, just go and do it in public for no reason. Little exhibitionist, I feel. Find myself down there, Dragonbox. Ah, yes. Well, there will be a chair in the nursery, but we do have potentially the ability to go for maybe a buffalo wool armchair. Ooh, we might have run out of buffalo wool. It might have to be heavy fur. Or camel hide. Do I have enough buffalo? Oh yeah, so I do. Oh. I missed my opportunity to, Oh well. I mean, holiday's not a terrible name. Fixed. No spelling. Did I spell it wrong? No. This was a good idea. Basin in the corridor to stop them from running all the way up there. Well, ain't no third time yet. Yeah, Yaverick's saying third time because Mac had a baby last campaign. This is not my first time having a kid in RimWorld. She gave everyone the plague, and we had an infestation. Seven-person plague took her some points. We've also got a low female drone going on at the moment as well. I've got a theory about why. Also, don't forget every illness event is cats. But I have a theory about why. Oh, well, actually, no, we're not in the mountains anymore, are we? We are very much surrounded by friendly stuff. It's alright, well, we can piss them off in the long run. I'm sure I will. I was, Laws. Rarely do I have spare components to just throw at friends. Or hoping that people will become friends, you know what I mean? Those pods end up expensive and components are somewhat finite. Hey, do you want to be friends? Here, I've thrown the removed body parts of the last people you sent our direction. We're friends now, right? I can't move the crib. Oh, I know. I've got an idea. That's an excellent quality crib. Keeps the kid happy. Roger that, Wagga. Let's have the kids play with each other. No, I've got a plan. Dragonbox is going to feed the kid. And when Dragonbox feeds the kid, kid no longer in the crib. Kid's hungry. In fact, I could even go... There we go. There we go. Got it. Yoink. Uh-huh. Why is this a concern? We can go through the tunnels and almost certainly pop that. But I can also, for the time being, just go, right. Up to there. They don't have a mortar or anything. For now, they can also just act as a... Right, and what happens when they activate? It reduces the temperature by 10 degrees. Like, oh no. Oh well. Guess that's the thing. At the very least, I need to wait for death rest. Why is this counting as a barracks? Oh no, it was because briefly this bed had been moved, but theirs hadn't, so they were sleeping with Melinos. It's a piano. Think. Yeah. Need meditation spot. Ah. Gold in them there hills, apparently. I don't know if we actually did the research. No, we didn't. We can't actually make anything with them. Power cell is nice if I can capture it, but I'm more interested in, so if we approach up from this angle, I should be able to peek round this corner, take out the power cell, and then peek back, especially if... I swear I saw her bring them in. Hmm. You happy now, Mr. Canada? I was expecting Canada to be taller, but, you know. Well, Mac is up. Oh, the dog blatantly can't get to its bed, can it? Svetlana has a coffin, yeah. Okay, this is easier than I thought. I didn't realize you could do that. Macintosh! You're badly needed. Hey, asshole. Surprise. Yeah, I'm gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna send down, in fact. You happy? Added to the list of things that I've not tried before that will be definitely remembered. You can throw over walls with grenades. At least you can now. And they do good damage to buildings. They're a good way of killing turrets and stuff. Ah. How's the doggo doing? You gonna survive your plague, doggo? Yeah. Doggo all good. Apparently spend some time in cryosleep. Yeah, but it wasn't worth risking. We have 11 knives, 2 of which don't count. So we have 9 knives at the moment. How many more are queued? Quest of sea lion sitting. Let's look after 4 sea lions. Gene Pack, Pig Voice, or the Bow of Justice, no less. That shoots paralytic arrows, but has a damage multiplier, negative damage multiplier, but also a negative aiming multiplier. Nah, I'm good. I did not. And it definitely hasn't been 22 days since the baby was born, so. Why would I want to change that? Grow up ourselves. Let's go. I don't want to wait 12 years before the baby is usable. But that's not how it's set. It is set. It's set to the default, so... Bellana is already useful at 6. Yeah, she's got a gun. She's nature running. Sometimes does some hauling. Does a lot of drawing on the floors. Bueno, kiddo. Oh god, I sent Kiddo back indoors. Whoops. Sorry, Kiddo. Good luck, Phoenix. There'll be a lot of meat on a hippo, but that is an angry motherfucker. I'm not sure we want to be dealing with that. A dromedary. Bad time to be a dromedary. I figured they would be. If there were going to be hippos in RimWorld, they were going to be scary as shit. So do you have kibble? Right, you know what? No more fridge access for you. And you're not allowed near the food. You did this yourself. You're eating kibble. How the... Well, joke's on you, fool. Apparently, because I'm not letting it out. I have no idea how it got there, but that's on it. That wasn't a decision I made. You level 8 to tame a squirrel? About another hour, Dragon Box. Yeah, more research instead. They can deal with not having a particularly pretty bedroom for a little while. There have been worse bedrooms. We're going to have to death rest Dragon Box soon. Hopefully let... How are we looking here? The Fool's coming round for the next try on his as well. No, I want to wait for Omnom to be... Ooh, nutri-based meals. No, those can stay outside. I say that, maybe now isn't a bad time. Oh, there's a lesson. Today's lesson is shooting, apparently, which Macintosh has no skill in whatsoever. No, I don't think so. Probably gets social skill. Yeah. Gets loads of social. Nice. Like the gain rate in social is almost as good as the gain rate in what she's teaching. Doge, fully trained in run around and nuzzle people. Happy youngsters times two. I know. Even worse, by restricting the kiddo is getting slightly less research, experience as well. They like to go and run around outside. Yep, they will. Learn, little shithead. Nice. Oh, 37. Om Nom is awake. The squirrel is dead. Everything is going as planned. And yeah, I think there's 60 days in a RimWorld year, isn't there? So it wouldn't be 67 anyway. Damn, son. Thank you, Havoc. In 8 years. You ski pretty well for a 67-year-old. Morning again, Edinburgh. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to stick the oven on. I've got a bake tonight, so it'll take a little longer than usual to cook. Pasta and tuna and cheese. These are good things. No pineapple. No, no pineapple. That was last night. Fucking pineapple. There is worse things in life than eating pasta salad for most of the week. I'm willing to bet that if you were actually starving, you'd wait. But no, instead you sleep. There's no meals, is there? I'm wanting to bet that that illness is malnutrition, yeah. That was an interesting internal debate I just had with myself, where I was just like, it's a shame that there's no way of, like, when prisoners' clothes fall apart, there's no way of giving them clothes. Because, you know, it would be nice to give prisoners some decency, and then I was like, internally, what wasted? Your prisoner with no legs. It's important that your prisoner that you cut the legs off of has some decency. Is there? Okay. If they need legs, that's unfortunate because they ain't getting them. Gas is angry. So are those turrets asleep? Okay, so it all wakes up in 9.8 days. Gives me a bit of time. But this doesn't look too undoable. Because we can be in range of both of those two at once. No, they're not. Just make those. Yeah, quest's done, but we've got a caravan to it. Oh dear. Don't do it, guys. Please. Well, no, because if they activate it, that's kind of bad. But I can't stop them, so... Svetlana, go play with the kid. I'm worried if they get too close, they will. But we'll see. Oh my word. We have an art piece uranium mace. An engraving on this weapon represents a vast monolith partially embedded in the ground. The surroundings are muted and dull. Which is bordered by several explorers. Okay. Good for mech bashing. Yeah, that is indeed why I need mech bashing. Well spotted. They have left without activating the mech. Cass is real angry. That was a bit painful. I guess I need to make this area up here bigger or something, because they don't seem to want to spawn up there instead, which I thought they would because it was just dirtier. Good choice, hippos. Good choice. No, they just are fine. Well, weirdly, this isn't an arid environment. This is a crossover biome. It's half and half. It's half desert, half normal terrain, I think. Or was that one of the other ones we tried? I can't remember now. This place has definitely got some special rules to it. It's a bit different from normal. Mess. Almost bad. Can mechs be triggered by being set on fire? They're called tesserons? Yeah, I might be right. Fire might not be jumping. Probability 0%. I like how every time I've looked, it's been that equal integer shenanigans. 6.6 days. How long to get this done? 3.2 days. I think it was Dragon Box that was the tamer. Oh, amazing at it. Well, you thought wrong. I think tough would be very nice. Sanguine is also very good, but Svetlana can now do things. A bit. We might be about to see fireworks, folks. Now they seem to want to go and meet up down here now. That was easy. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Fucking caravans, man. If I'd done that, it would have taken forever for them to, for Macintosh to put all the stuff on the donkey. Because Mac now has to go and collect those knives. Mac the knife, indeed. Mac the 13 knives, in this case. I don't have any clever ideas for this. Well, I suppose I could box it in. Later, Bloodforge. Sure about that, but wait until Matt gets back. The weird quiet of a night owlless colony. Cass just replacing my psychoid leaves for me. That was very kind of you, Cass. Now there are horses. Have to let the kiddo outside, otherwise I don't get no learning. Good night, Wolf. Young lady, you're supposed to be in bed. Calm yourself, Mr. Box. It will not be long now. And that's what we call a one-trip pony. We failed Jaden's peace talks. Awful. Oh. Yeah, we sold it. Oh, wait, what's the lesson today? Counter a spear, we're teaching melee. Nice. As much learning as can be done. Oh my word, Svetlana is old enough now to pick the kiddo up. Slightly concerning. Baby is allowed to be carried by the now 7-year-old. That seems right. Give the 7-year-old a light machine gun. That's why you give him a light. Yep. I think they have to have that allowed as well for them to actually do it. lunatic. We got 1.5 days, but I think this is a pretty decent shot at making this not too bad. We wall this off, we wait for it to pop, the scythers come round and come and visit us first, we kill those, then we go in on the turrets at our leisure. Yeah, Kate, I thought it was gonna be pretty wrong of me to end the stream before doing this. I thought about it and I was like, no, I should probably just let's make this the end bit for how we wrap up today. Well, fuck you then. Stupid Northerners. This is the problem, no staying power to them. First opportunity, flake out. I will, it'll just be financially. Later, Gates. Now you're arriving at an unfortunate time, but hey, you know. Yeah, I'm afraid, mate. You're on a 30-day timer. You're not that important. Later, Gates. Oh, there's little Svetlana. Learning to do plants and stuff. Cool, this Mac that's delivering this. Okay, that woke him up. Oh, we've smacked one of its blades. Yeah, we finally run out because that has failed us. I know. But we were in no hurry, and I decided I wanted the smoke launcher, because I think my answer is to launch smoke here and just come in through. Maybe get a grenade thrower here, like I had, and just lob grenades around, take that one out, see if we can chain explode. Doesn't sound like a terrible plan either. Svetlana needs death rest, eh? That's going to affect the old growth tier, I suspect. RimHUD. Okay, so there's a nice trick. Take someone who with an awful shooting skill and use the fact that their shooting skill is awful to use the grenade scatter to get it to land in squares you can't see. Why don't I just get into minimum range? Because they'll get a shot by doing so. And I'm enjoying this. I'm experimenting with new tricks. Oh yes, that's his psychic dependency, isn't it? I like Skulk. Kiddo, we're learning. I mean, already bound to Dragon Box. How has Dragon Box got two? For fuck's sake. It can't, it's already bound. I thought they'd fix this, but they haven't. So it managed to get bound to both Svetlana and Dragon Box at the same time, because Svetlana slept in it, but it was Dragon Box's casket. So Dragon Box couldn't use it because Svetlana had slept in it, and Svetlana can't use it because it's Dragon Box's death casket. Deconstructing doesn't refund full materials. And in reality, this is a problem for another day. We solved today's problem, which was stupid mechanoids. We have survived. We have Kiddo. Kiddo is alive. This is a good start. We have also secondary Kiddo that wasn't expected. That is also alive and tough. It was good shit. Decent progress. We didn't make as much progress with base expansion as I'd like. We are just starting. This will be bathroom area and bedrooms, and then I think I will put proper kitchen and freezer here, and then rework this area into storage, this area into production, and so on, and move like actual people's living quarters deeper underground. And the plumbing does need fixing, yep. But that's fine. This was... Ooh. Well, a good session. Good progress. Thank you very much, folks, for coming and joining me. It is very much appreciated. Hope you do look after each other. Be kind. I will catch you tomorrow for some more shenanigans. Not sure what it'll be yet, but there will be some. I mean, it's likely to be RimWorld, let's be real, but you know what I mean. We'll leave it as a question mark and pretend like that's not going to happen. And until I see you folks again, waves, hands. Yeah, you can have a good Monday because it's all relative. It's all like, yeah, but Mondays can be worse than this. Cheers, folks. I'll see you next time.